All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. I'm with you again with another show. Watches and Wonders is still going on, still going strong in Geneva. We're going to go back to some of the new releases and maybe discuss them in a little more detail. But I've just made a new video today earlier about the two new personal Daytonas belonging to Paul Newman that were just discovered. Um, they have some very interesting stories between the two of them, very important pieces of the Daytona history, of course, about the history of the kind of man Paul Newman is or represented. Um, and just in general, a very cool way of honoring his legacy. I've learned about these two watches first through Sotheby's, but they were also talked about on Wall Street Journal just a couple of days ago, on the magazine as an exclusive. Paul Newman Rolex Daytonas found in a desk could sell for millions. They're not too far off. As you know, that iconic picture where he was wearing the 6239 V Rolex Daytona with the exotic dial that came to be forever associated with his name. That one, of course, sold for almost $18 million, broke an absolute record in 2017. The second one, which is one we know by the name Big Red among collectors, right? The 6263 with the black dial, with that oversized red writing of the Daytona over the 12-minute counter. That one sold in 2020 for 5.5 million. And of course, both of those were almost tectonic events in watch collecting. Let's roll the tape a little bit, and I want to comment on this. I'll probably make a shorter video at some point too, but I like kind of riffing off, as you guys know. It feels much more natural. Um, Before that watch was actually discovered and put on auction, already in Italy, the collector community congealed around these sorts of mythical objects that were associated with the names of Hollywood stars. And that specific portrait was, in fact, part of an apocryphal story in a way. Uh, there was this myth about collectors having seen this picture in. Hi, MD Chaz. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you. There was this apocryphal story about collectors having seen this portrait on the cover of a magazine. That magazine itself was never recovered, but somehow uh, this particular Daytona in this configuration, the so-called Panda, and in the reverse Panda configuration with the black dial, white chronograph registers, of course, was one of those iconic pieces that made collecting wristwatches and collecting vintage Rolex what it is today. Um, and at the beginning of the internet era, with Rolex forums, with the emergence of Hodinky and similar platforms, as well as social media, um, again, a lot of the collectors community were really energized to chase after these kinds of pieces that were sprinkled, as it were, with celebrity stardust. So before those examples were actually found and put on auction, before the personal Rolex Daytonas of, for example, Paul Newman, were found, all these pieces that did not even grace his wrist, but were somehow aligned with the iconography that was set up around Paul Newman and his Daytonas. Those pieces were already reaching six figures. 2017, a couple of years before the pandemic, that record shattering auction in a way lifted up the entire market, and breathed a new life into the horological industry at large. Of course, pulled up those specific examples of watches on the secondary markets. A lot of the four-digit Daytonas uh, suddenly skyrocketed in price, especially those that had the exotic dial, especially the 6239s. And something similar happened, of course, in 2020, but that was already a time where the pandemic started taking its effect, and conversation already started shifting and energizing the market in a way that our generation had not seen, at least. So we can expect perhaps something similar at this point in time. That's not to say that these watches will themselves sell for tens of millions of dollars. I think they would both break. I will explain their stories a little bit. I think they will both break a million. I think the estimate for either one of them is 500,000 to 1 million. That's the official estimate by Sotheby's New York. But I just wanted to say that you should keep an eye on these two Daytonas that I talked about on the shorter video earlier, that I will talk about more in other episodes and other shorter widths. And um, these two, I want to say, will probably see a certain bump on the markets once June rolls around, and once these pieces are started to be pumped by mainstream media in a more intensified manner, and by watch journalists, especially at an intensity that we have become habituated to. Um, so I want you to keep an eye on these two models. If you're in a position to um, perhaps buy one or both of these, the references we are talking about are 16520 with the white dial, the so-called Zenith Daytona, and 116519 black dial on the leather strap. So pre-Oyster Flex, precious metal Daytona in white gold with the matching deployant clasp. Both watches are authentic and have very interesting stories. The white dial Rolex Zenith Daytona is actually a gift by Rolex to Paul Newman. In 1995, Paul Newman was at age 70 the winner of his class at the Daytona 24-hour race, and he became the oldest person to win a sanctioned major race. And as an award, he was gifted this 16520 Daytona that you can see here, which was, of course, engraved on the case back and dedicated to the Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year for 1995. The serial number dates the watch roughly back to 1993. A beautiful white dial Zenith Daytona that has taken on uh, a very lovely patina on the indices as well, which provide this sort of minimal but a very romantic kind of contrast on that pearl like white background. This watch apparently, again, the kind of man Paul Newman is, right? You know, he put this watch up for auction for charity at Antiquorum towards the end of the 90s. The watch was sold at the time for what today can be considered a measly amount, $39,000. Imagine a Daytona that is inscribed like this, that has actually belonged to and worn by Paul Newman, selling for $39,000. Not anymore. But it seems that he liked this watch so much that it was somehow bought back, either by Paul Newman himself or by someone, and it ended up once again in that drawer where Nell Newman came across the piece. So that's the story of the 16520 that was gifted by Rolex to Paul Newman on the occasion of Paul Newman winning his class, being the part of winning team in his class at the Daytona 24, and becoming thus the oldest person to do so. The second one, I think, is also very sentimental and very beautiful, very touching. This is white gold Daytona. And, you know, in a way, it's the beautiful retirement, kind of end of life watch for a figure like Paul Newman. It's a piece that was once again gifted to him by his beloved wife, Joanne Woodward, and inscribed in that faithful tradition that asked him to at first drive carefully, me, then drive slowly, Joanne, and finally drive very slowly, Joanne. And this was a watch actually Paul Newman was still wearing in 2008 when he was doing his very last laps at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut. He was to die after a struggle with lung cancer in September 2008. The reason I'm of two minds about how these pieces will affect the market at large is twofold. You know, on the one hand, of course, we are all aware of the times of austerity that we are going through. We're all aware of the socioeconomic, geopolitical circumstances that we find ourselves in. So the shifts that these will cause in the market are ever more difficult to predict. But listen to me here. I mean, we had the two 4-digit Daytonas for Paul Newman, and the Daytonas that Paul Newman was associated with were mostly those kinds of pieces that belong to, in a way, a bygone era, 60s, 70s, and even 80s, hand wound pieces that, of course, have their own charm and were true vintage pieces. Now, in year 2023, we just had a renewal of the Daytona line. And we have now potentially two more icons, again, different enough from each other. One stainless steel with white dial, one in white gold on a leather strap with a black dial, both self winding, that can become icons in their own way. And I will add another thing. I have remarked, and I was one of the very first to say that that's the face of the new reference 126-500 looks almost exactly like the Zenith Daytona, like that first generation of self-winding Rolex chronographs that were introduced in 1988, which means we also marked the 35th anniversary of automatic Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas. So all this goes to say, I don't think it was a coincidence at all that Rolex put Paul Newman front and center in their new marketing campaign for
There
the
is
day.
a race none can win. There is a race none can win. No matter your skill or execution.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
No matter how hard you try. But if instead of looking to win, you approach it differently. If you control everything you can, while accepting anything you can't. If you disregard any and all opposition, focusing solely on your own way. If, whenever you need to, you don't hesitate to restart the clock. And leave to others the counting of its seconds. You may come to realize that, actually, it never was a race to begin with. And if it isn't a race, then you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The Cosmograph Daytona.
Man, they really know what they're doing, these people, huh? There's some collusion between Sotheby's and Rolex. Imagine Sotheby's putting up in June Newman's own Zenith Daytona, and Rolex releasing on the eve of that auction a new Rolex Daytona that looks like the Zenith Daytona and that has Paul Newman in the commercial. What a weird coincidence, right? God, I love this stuff. I'm loving it. Ronan, I completely agree with you. You know why that is. It's not only because of the personal sentiment, but because how that forms an almost perfect trilogy, right? I talked about this, but I think sometimes pictures really say 1,000 words. This is the 6239 exotic dial. Drive carefully, me. This is the 6263. Drive slowly, Joanne. And this is the 116519 that is going up for sale in June. Drive very slowly, Joanne. So in a way, I have no doubt that this will sell for more in this particular auction. I think the market will tend, in the broader scheme of things, right, when it comes to how these pieces will be valued over the next years and decades, I think we will probably tend more towards the stainless steel. None of this being investment advice. I am speaking from decades of observation and decades of recorded trends on the secondary market for Rolex watches. The stainless steel watches almost always had a trend to appreciate. Of course, it has gotten better and better in the recent years and reached the fever pitch in that post-pandemic moment, especially before things took a downward turn. Things will eventually recover. We never know when that will happen. But in the meantime, I think when we look well ahead, for the general market, it's still stainless steel Rolex pieces against precious gold Rolex pieces, unless we are talking about precious gold and gem set pieces that are extremely and exceedingly rare, unless we are going with precious metal pieces like this that have incredible provenance, sprinkled with celebrity stardust and much of everything else, all the mythology, all the history, all the emotions wrapped up in one. And that's why I agree with you, Ronan. That's why I think this particular example will sell for more than the 16520 in that auction. But again, I think it's very important because people have already become pretty skeptical when it comes to basically when it comes to the authenticity even of these kinds of pieces, right? Because as much as I like covering the auction markets, as much as I, for the most part, wish to attribute good faith on the part of everyone who is involved, the auctions have never been above housery, so to speak, allegedly. And a lot of people, when these pieces were first discovered, hi, JJ. And yes, I completely agree. Hi, Bezel. Nice to see you, man. A lot of people reacted in strange ways when this piece was announced. Oh, yet again, 2 more Daytonas found in a desk drawer. But these pieces are actually quite authentic, not only because they have been documented on Paul Newman's wrist previously. There are so many more pictures, but because they are associated with life events. In this case, the Zenit one is actually associated with a Guinness World Record, right? The oldest person to win a sanctioned motorsports race. And the white gold one, which had also been previously documented to the extent that I covered it myself on my Instagram almost a year ago. So these pieces are not at all, um, I think, funny business, so to speak. They are pretty authentic. They all have very complex but personal and intimate stories attached to them. And I don't know where these watches are, but there are at least two more Daytonas that I have seen personally, Paul Newman being photographed with. So those might come up for auction maybe in the next decade. Who knows? But I would expect at least one more watch to emerge from a drawer of the Newman estate, because there is another one. And if you want a tip, you will have to you'll have to pay the piper, so to speak. But hey, that's the funny thing. That's why I didn't announce it until now, because I wanted to give again my friend and a very loyal supporter indeed in Jake Brooks the chance to maybe get another 16520, or get a 16519, because I was the one who alerted him to the Zenith Daytona, and I'm so happy that he got it when he did, because you never know where things are going to go now. And as I mentioned before, the Zenith movement based 5-digit reference of Daytona, for its aesthetics, for the visual balance of its dial, and for the fact that it is never coming back, right? Even if it has visually come back, the fact that Rolex will probably not going to commission anyone else to make chronograph movements for them ever again means that that piece will always be a part of history and will always hold a special place as a collectible Rolex watch. And that was the case even before it was associated with Paul Newman, which it now inevitably is. For whatever reason, I'm having a little bit of a difficulty to find that particular picture that I posted here on my Instagram. And please do follow me on Instagram. I'll send you the link to the chat momentarily. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. You see, this is almost a year ago, May 12th, 2022. It's the 116519. Drive very slowly, Joanne. So it's not something that's manufactured or hey JB, you're there. Yeah, thank you, my friend. There's another one that's still hiding. There's at least another Paul Newman Daytona that has not been uncovered, has not been put up for sale. And that's going to be a good one too. That is going to be a good one. Well, I hope you all liked it. Um, I think these are extremely cool watches. The fact that he wore not only self winding, but also, sorry, the fact that he wore not only true blood vintage hand wound Daytonas, but also self winding Daytonas. The fact that he was pretty much a one watch guy, except he had that watch in so many different iterations, I think is very exciting. Um, and I find it even more endearing. You know, there are a few people like this that I really like in relation to watches. I completely adore Sylvester Stallone because he is a true watch guy. You can see him wearing all kinds of watches, a lot of vintage Rolexes, a lot of contemporary Rolexes. He uh, made Panerai watches a hype before the word was even invented for the hype watch. And you can see how he matches, how Sly matches these kinds of watches to his mood, to the occasion. Like when he wears, for example, his gold 1680 Rolex Submariner, the Tiffany co-signed one, to premieres of Creed, right? Because that was the watch, that was the first precious thing that he bought for himself after having made money with the Rocky movie. JJ, it's these two were found in his Connecticut home, in the home office, in a drawer, um, with his driver's license in a box on his desk. Oh yeah, that new Paul Newman, Joanne Woodward documentary, right? Yeah, I've heard great things about that. Um, the Last Movie Stars, I think it's called, but I haven't yet had the chance to watch it. But this was some truly amazing news. Um, I wanted to also take a quick look at how Sotheby's itself covers this. There they are. In 1958, in Beverly Hills, California, at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. In our modern world of interconnectedness, it's easy to forget that our loved ones were not always a text message away. Today, we have the luxury of conveying any sentiment to anyone, anywhere, at any time. There's a sense of importance that does not need to be explained when we pass historic buildings that have their names etched into their stone, but not all engravings on a watch are meant to be admired by the public. Some, such as a simple phrase carved into the case back of a timepiece, are meant to stand the test of time, resonate with the owner, and remain hidden from the eyes of the outside world. I also want to mention that the first two, right, those record shattering ones, the 6239 exotic dial that sold for almost 18 million, and the 6263 Big Red that sold for 5.5 million were each auctioned off by Phillips. So the fact that these two um, went to Sotheby's is interesting. It's interesting. I'm not implying that anything went sour between the two camps. I'm not implying that anything happened at all, in fact. But Sotheby's must have spent a lot of effort. They must have done a lot of convincing to bring these watches to their camp, where the family has already sold um, very successfully indeed, 3 years apart, two very historic watches belonging to Paul Newman. I think this auction may also include, or Sotheby's will probably auction off some of the other parts of the estate. Maybe that was part of the deal, but let's read on and figure out what the details are. In 1995, Paul Newman participated in the 24 Hours of Daytona race, where his team won first place in their GT1 class. At 70 years old, this made Newman the oldest man to win the race. Newman was gifted an incredibly special reference 16520 Zenith Daytona to commemorate when he won the Man of the Year award presented at the 24 Hours of Daytona. Rolex was officially granted the sponsorship of the 24 Hours race in 1991 and has held the title ever since. The watch bears the inscription, as we have seen earlier, Rolex at Daytona 24, Paul Newman, Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year 1995. And the serial number dates the watch back roughly to 1993, which of course is consistent with other watches presented that year to other winners of Rolex 24. Although this watch still resides with the family and is presented to Sotheby's from the estate of Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward, it's interestingly not the first time this timepiece will hit the auction block. That's what I was talking about earlier. 4 years after Newman was awarded the watch, it was offered at Antiquorum for the very first time in their Famous Faces auction in collaboration with Tournon. The sale allowed celebrities to consign their personal watches to benefit a charity of their choice. Hey, Pauli. Thank you. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. That sale, the Antiquorum 1999 sale, allowed celebrities to consign their personal watches to benefit a charity of their choice. While Newman was known to have mega celebrity status and a love for racing, nothing was more important to him than giving back. And you know, the foundation, known as one of the greatest philanthropists in America, Paul Newman offered his watch for sale on February 24th, 1999, where it made 39,000 US dollars to benefit the charity Hole in the Wall Gang. Remarkably, Paul Newman was seen years later wearing this watch, which begs the question, how? Like this. This is when his team's drivers, Sébastien Bourdais, won the race in Mexico City as part of the Newman Haas Lanigan racing team. And you can see the Zenith watch right here. After hearing some incredible stories from the family, it was noted that there were several occasions where Paul would auction something for charity that he really loved. No material object ever meant more to him than charity. It is said that his friends or loved ones would often buy back his most beloved items just to return it where it belonged. That's very funny and very adorable. This item is no different. It's either the generosity of a friend or his incredibly loving wife who purchased this watch back for him to wear proudly throughout his later years. Not only is this a testament to him as a person, but also those who he chose to surround himself with. And these are the two case backs next to each other. The one that he was gifted as the winner of his class in 1995 at Daytona 24, and for being chosen as the Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year. And the second one, a 2006 116519, the white gold Daytona that he was seen wearing on the racetrack as late as 2008, months before he passed. For Joanne Woodward, drive very slowly, Joanne, was meant to hug Paul Newman's wrist and trigger a reminder to keep his hands at 10 and 2 while navigating life in the fast lane, both figuratively and literally. Woodward is known for her loving inscriptions and her fear of Newman's need for speed every time he would step onto the racetrack. The present, fresh to the auction market reference 116519 is one of three watches, specifically Daytonas, given to Paul from Joanne to have an inscription directly related to driving. These are, once again, the 6239 that sold for almost $18 million in 2017, the 6263 that sold for $5.5 million in 2020, both by Phillips, and now the 116519, the white gold piece that is going up for auction on June 9 in New York. It also comes as no surprise, they continue, that these inscriptions were on the caseback of a chronograph to time his laps at the racetrack. This white gold variant is confirmed to be the one and only precious metal Daytona ever owned by Newman. That's true, but he has also been seen wearing a Daytona on a president bracelet. So that complicates the question a little bit, but that was not a precious metal Daytona, I don't think, though the president bracelet, 99%, was either white gold or perhaps even platinum. The Z serial of 116519 indicates it was produced in 2006, which also tells us that he only had a couple of short years to enjoy it before his passing. The watch was worn during his iconic last racing laps at Lime Rock Park on August 13, 2008, and was the last Daytona ever given to him from his wife, Joanne. As you can see here, he's wearing it. There's a bit of noir Hollywood magic that stirs in our minds when we picture a movie star turned race car driver speeding around the track with a love letter hidden from plain sight tucked behind his wristwatch. When these stories come out to the public, it's often long after the characters have hung up their racing gloves. All that remains are the medium that they were carved into and the feelings they evoke in our modern lives. There we go. The two pieces that are going up for auction in June in New York. The story is just too perfect. It really, really is. All right, let's go back to actually the auctions that we were covering. As you know, I was covering the fine watches. Sorry, I was covering the important watches auction from Sotheby's. That is going to take place live in Hong Kong in about 4 days. The bidding has started, of course, online. And we have gone through a lot of the interesting examples. I'm going to send the link here. If you want me to cover any particular lots, feel free to send in the number with a super chat. If you want me to talk about other watches, any of the new releases from Watches and Wonders, feel free to again alert me with a super chat. I'm happy to be distracted. I'm happy to go into these digressions. It is, after all, live show. It is, after all, talking about watches. We don't have to always follow something pre-programmed or planned. So, pardon me, feel free to interject. The very last piece I had discussed was this one, 2153 by lot number. It's an FP Jaune Octa Réserve de Marche in platinum from 2002, meaning that it has a brass movement, those ever so desirable, long discontinued, early examples of FP Jaune, as you can see here. The Octa caliber, which refers to their self-winding series of watches, is actually set still with a 22 karat full gold rotor weight, which is beautifully decorated by a barley corn pattern and this old school logo. And the dial has this charming and also very neutral taupe color. Of course, the big date at 10:30 and the fan for the 124-hour 5-day power reserve indicator right next to the main dial. The estimated value is 38,000 to 63,700 US dollars for this FP Jaune Octa Réserve de Marche Platinum at lot number 2153. Good night, JJ. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you. Lot 2154. This is an A. Langonzone 1815 up, down, reference 234026 in white gold. Those heat blued hands, especially the alpha hands for the hour and minutes, jump right off as they should. Of course, 1815 is A. Langonzone's series that are heavily inspired in terms of their visual appearance by that tradition of Saxonian pocket watchmaking, down to the indications, those two registers, the running seconds at 4 o'clock, or rather the small seconds at um, 4 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock you have the power reserve, ab meaning um, down or off in this case, and auf meaning up, for the full 3-day power reserve, 72 hours. And of course, the richly patinated 3/4 plate of German silver that has taken on a more yellowish hue over the years. The heat blued screws, the transparent rubies that are set in gold chaton, the swan neck regulator, and the free hand engraved balance cock. The piece at lot number 2154 has an estimated value of 15,000 to 23,000 in US dollars. It is an A. Lange und Söhne 1815 up and down in white gold. In 2055, we have 2155. We have another Lange und Söhne, this time a Lange 1 time zone, Lange's world time watch in their iconic case shape. In the older generation, but still a beautiful piece. In the newer generation, these arrows disappear. The rotating blue arches themselves become the day and night indicator for both local time and reference time. And furthermore, you have an added indicator for daylight adjustment for this arrow that shows you your local time zone. Everything else is, of course, structured like a Lange 1, with the famous asymmetric dial and the oversized date. Of course, this piece actually, with the added complication and the city's ring and all, is actually 42 millimeters, so a little bit bigger, even bigger than the Lange 1 in the Grand form. So there's a little Lange, which is around 36.5 millimeters, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon me, Lange 1 is traditionally sized for 38.5 millimeters. The Grand Lange 1 is 41 millimeters, and the Lange 1 time zone is 42 millimeters, so ever so slightly bigger than all other Lange 1s. This piece in pink gold with an anthracite gray dial is listed, well, has an estimated value of 25,000 to 38,000 US dollars, roughly speaking, at lot number 2155. The reference number was 116033. Hey, Nick Butter. Nice to see you, man. Thank you for being here. At 2156, we have Datograph Perpetual, Lange's Perpetual Calendar chronograph. It combines, of course, the base of their now legendary hand-wound chronograph, a modern classic, so to speak, that L9511, when it came out, caused a serious event, a serious scandal among the Swiss makers at a time when they were still using Lemania caliber bases, Lemania ebauches, to build their chronographs and their perpetual calendar chronographs. These upstarts from Glashütte had beaten them at their own game, not only in terms of the functionality and architecture of the movement, but also in terms of its beautiful finish. And I am given to understand that even at that time, Lange had these ginormous models of the new watches that they introduce in the trade fairs, which at that time was in Basel, of course. And Philipp Stern himself saw the piece and was quite impressed by it, to say the least. This year, for example, Alan Gonzone in Geneva for Watches and Wonders has a gigantic version of the new Odysseus chronograph, which is the first self-winding chronograph caliber that the brand ever introduced. This is the perpetual calendar that is built on that hand-wound chronograph caliber from 1999. The Datograph Perpetual, reference 410025, in platinum from 2010. Not only a perpetual calendar with a moon phase indicator at 6 and a leap year indicator as part of its 30-minute totalizer and pointer month at 4 o'clock, an AM PM indicator at as part of the running seconds, and of course the pointer day, but also a flyback chronograph, which is quite amazing. Of course, the oversized date, which is very distinctive, is placed, situated right there at 12 o'clock, which you can actually correct with the extra pusher. And finally, you also have your, I don't know what happened there. Right, the alpha hands, which are filled with loom. So a beautiful watch, top of the line by Alan Gonzone, a Datograph perpetual calendar with an estimated value of $51,000 to $76,400 at lots 2156. Another German maker at 2157. This is the Lang und Heine with their integrated bracelet stainless steel piece. By the general public, this piece was not necessarily well received, but I think by the enthusiasts of the brand and by those who were looking for something slightly different, edgy, and maybe more classically designed in this particular category. It was a limited edition of 33 pieces for each dial color, which were blue, pine green, and this gray. Um, Even though they didn't list for um, all that much, even though they were not necessarily exorbitantly priced at list. I think it was like 15 or $16,000. I'm not saying it's cheap, but it wasn't an outrageous proposition. Um, since they were a limited edition, and since the demand for this particular segment of the watch, the so-called integrated bracelet stainless steel sports chic watch, and the burgeoning interest in the brand itself, in Lange Heine, which was, of course, um, started by Marco Lang and Mirko Heine. Heine left quite early on in the enterprise. Marco Lang hasn't been with the company for a while, but a lot of the movements and watches he designed are still with the brand. This is, of course, a very recent offering, so he doesn't really have much to do with it. The piece has a manufacturer caliber by Uhrenwerke Dresden, which is owned by Lang& Heine, UWD 33.2, I want to say. I might be mistaken, but that's what I had memorized. I think this is a very intriguing watch, very interesting proposition. I would never want to pay whatever they're going for on the secondary market. But you snooze, you lose, right? When they first came out, I was like, should I not? And it was already too late after a few months. Um, Again, I kind of like it. I think it's very original. I would love to own the green dial version, but I think it's already too late unless they come up with some different examples in the future and the time is somehow right, and so is the price for me. This is a Lange & Heine limited edition Hector in the gray dial execution at lot 2157. It is estimated to fetch somewhere between $20,000 to $30,000, roughly speaking. Again, I'm skipping over some of these pieces. If you want me to take a look at any particular one, please don't hesitate. We're looking at lot 2163. This is a limited edition FB Jaune chronometre Holland and Holland. You can think of this as a stainless steel example of the chronometre bleu, because it is similarly sized at 39 millimeters, but it's even more minimalistic than the chronometre bleu, because it doesn't only do away with the power reserve indicator of the chronometre souverain, it also does away with the small seconds, and all of that is done to display, to expose as much of that Damascus pattern that, of course, evokes those London's best style rifles of the brand itself. And you can see that name, that brand, etched on the base plate, which is decorated in barley corn guilloche pattern. The rest of the movement, of course, is fashioned from 18 carats pink gold, and it looks quite beautiful in stainless steel. I know it's quite literally unobtainium, but I would love to have something like this, something similar. Um, if Bejon ever makes a stainless steel chronometre again, that could be something that I would lose an arm and a leg for. Honestly, it's a very interesting piece. I think there were only 38 pieces made of this FP Jaune chronometre Holland and Holland, roughly 5-6 years ago. Um, in stainless steel, it's a pretty unique piece in this range, especially by Jean. And at lot 2163, this watch is expected to realize a final hammer price between roughly 100,000 to 200,000 or more in US dollars. Absolutely. Please hit the like button while you can, while you're at it. Let me know if you have any requests, and I will do my best to accommodate. Another very popular watch. The pricing has dipped and come back to reality a little bit. So, pardon me. Towards the end of this year, it might be a good time to get an overseas with a blue dial. There are already some good deals on the secondary market. Keep an eye out. This auction can give us some hints as to how these pieces are trending, but again, you never know. Sometimes there are just too many. I want to use kind words. Too many excited buyers in the same room, excited bidders in the same room. So it can get out of control really fast. This is, of course, the third generation of overseas reference 4500V in stainless steel with that ink blue dial and the Geneva seal movement, the full 22 carat rotor, sandblasted and skeletonized to accentuate the compass rose motif. Geneva seal on the case. Again, a hallmark of Geneva on one of the bridge plates, which themselves carry, of course, the Côte Genève decoration, the easy exchange strap system already apparent, anti-magnetic, 150 meters of water resistance. This watch has a lot going for it. It has a lot of interesting aspects to it that, in fact, outdo its competitors, even though it's not my personal favorite. Um, it's always had my admiration and respect. And speaking of very desirable watches, and also putting it next to FB Jean, Vachon Constantin is actually a partner in FB Jean's dial maker, Les Cadronnières de Genève. actually is partly owned by Vacheron Constantin. So that is the source of the blue dial for this watch, as well as the blue dial for FB Jones chronomètre bleu, with that distinctive blue dial, and a case cast in unobtainium, I mean tantalum. Back to FB Jean, lot number 2166 is an Octa Divine in platinum. This is a 2004 piece, so it has, once again, one of those discontinued brass movements. Of course, with the full 22 karat gold rotor. On its face, the watch has F. Bejon's distinctive expression of the big date, a moon phase indicator at 7 o'clock, and an off-center small seconds at 4.5 o'clock, and the 5-day power reserve is indicated right above the moon phase indicator that opens up like a fan, heat blued hands against that taupe colored dial, classic jaune. And a beautiful piece indeed, even though I very much prefer their hand-wound pieces. This is certainly a gorgeous and very desirable watch indeed. Again, an Octa Divine from 2004. Here, going up for auction on April 5th in Hong Kong at Sotheby's, lot 2166, with an estimated value of roughly $83,000 to $121,000 and more. 2167, we have been talking about Alain Gonzone's unusually shaped watches, which don't really make an appearance anymore. Arcade was, of course, one of the original quartet that was released when the brand was revived in 1994. That has a more elliptical shape. Somewhere between a rectangle and an ellipse. The Cabaret is a more traditionally rectangular shaped watch. Alain Gonzone, as you know, is part of Richemont. When Cartier and Jaeger-LeCoultre has so many rectangular shaped icons, they are not really dabbling, even in their limited production, with too many of these kinds of watches. But the Cabaret returned with this tourbillon not too long ago. Of course, the oversized date at 12 o'clock, power reserve indicator at 3.5, and the running seconds as well at 8.5, with the tourbillon taking its place at 6 o'clock for this Alain Gonzone Cabaret tourbillon, their Art Deco styled piece with a caliber, of course, that is perfectly shaped and form fitted into this rectangular case, which is itself cast in platinum. The Cabaret Tourbillon, reference 703025, At lot number 2167, this piece is estimated to fetch between 76,433 to 100,000 and more in US dollars. Speaking of the Vacheron Constantin overseas, hey man, that's really funny. Um, the perpetual calendar has been very popular for them. Um, you might know this is something that I talked about many times on this channel. Anything that is termed ultra thin within the overseas line, even in this third generation, is still built on the base of the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920 on that JLC Eboche that powered the first generation of Patek Philippe Nautilus, and before that, and up until 2022, it powered, of course, the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo and many other Audemars Piguet watches as well. Now, overseas, when it first came out, had a very special white gold version of the time only. And it is a very special watch indeed. It may be one of my absolute favorites modern watches by the mark, bar none. But I'm very happy that they still use the base of that JLC movement to achieve these ultra thin watches. Of course, it should strike you as no surprise because at the end of the day, Perpetual Calendar Royal Oaks 2 were a very popular genre and are still an increasingly and exceedingly popular genre for watches for Audemars Piguet. So it doesn't strike me as so surprising that Vacheron Constantin would lean on this, and they are very successful as well. An opaline dial, very balanced with the four registers. The case in pink gold presented on a rubber band with a matching clasp, an exhibition case back that gives us a glimpse of that familiar movement. With an additional rubber strap as well as the box and papers. This Vacheron Constantin Overseas Perpetual Calendar Ultra Thin Reference 4300V slash triple OR is estimated to realize a final hammer price 17,000 to 108,000 US dollars or more. Nick Butter, thank you, my friend. I was on the Watches and Wonders channel. Thank you for sharing the link. You are always, always welcome. And they showed the Baume et Mercier Riviera 10/7/16 blue with nice lines. Absolutely. Hey, look, since people think that I'm a Richemont company man, I'm happy to share another Richemont brand. People usually don't think of Baume et Mercier as a brand to begin with, but certainly people quickly forget that Baume et Mercier is actually part of the Richemont family, that they're not only limited to Vacheron Constantin, to Jaeger-LeCoultre, to A. Lange & Söhne, and to all these high horological brands, that they also have Baume et Mercier. They also have Roger Dubuis, among others, right? IWC, Panerai, Piaget, of course. Everyone remembers all of these, but forgets Baume et Mercier. By the way, the Riviera actually celebrates its 50th year because apparently the first example of the Riviera was shown in 1973. So this particular piece, which I think is a very interesting proposition in the genre, I think beautiful blue accents, a fascinating dial that is somewhat transparent to give you a glimpse of that date wheel, which adds some intrigue into the dial, wave lines all across, pardon me, powered by the Baumatic caliber, fashioned for the brand in Richemond's facilities in Val-Fleurier. And all of this is served up on a crocodile strap that matches the blue shades of the dial, as well as that lovely accent on the crown as well. The bezel, I believe, is 12 faceted, right? Yeah, interesting 12 faceted bezel, which has 4 hexagonal bolts symmetrically placed. And apparently, the piece comes with interchangeable straps, so an extra rubber with an open case back as well. 39 millimeters, 100 meters of water resistance, an automatic caliber beating at 4 hertz with a full 5 days of power reserve, which again is respectable, is above the industry standard. I think some might complain about the absence of an integrated or matching stainless steel bracelet. I think that could be a criticism for this piece. But I think the price point is so inviting at 3750 that with its distinctive smoked, transparent and smoked blue dial, this can be an interesting piece to play with. Obviously, it's not as affordable as a Tissot PRX. It's also not at the price point of an IWC Ingenieur or Bulgari Octafinissimo or Chopard Alpine Eagle with the automatic movement with a full rotor. So the earlier version, not the Geneva Seal version, which is much more expensive. So interesting proposition. I think this segment at this price point is a lot more interesting than people realize. The competitors are obvious, if you ask me. Yema's new piece with the in-house micro rotor caliber, the so-called Wristmaster Traveler, which is priced at 3,600 euro in green, blue, or black. The bridge plates of the movement matching the color of the dial. They had a Kickstarter campaign earlier, which was more or less half off. It was a great deal then. Still at the same price point as the Baume et Mercier Riviera. The only thing I truly hate is this font they used for the model name. But I'm also not too fond of Yema's own logo either. I think it looks too ornate for its own sake, but who am I to say? So that's one thing. The other piece that I think is roughly around this price point, um, and please remind me if you come up with other examples um, that we might consider between $3,000 to $5,000, is this one that I think is, again, is something more unique, more original. They have the time and date version, but I'm especially fond of the regulator dial example with the Alpiner Extreme. For whatever reason, this. Let's see, I'll find it. Okay, right here. This piece comes on a full bracelet, a dial that is patterned with Alpina's triangle logo, small seconds at 6 o'clock, the miniature off-center hour hand with the minute hand centered in this regulator style layout, the 6 bolts that set the bezel in place, this multifaceted, largely cushion-shaped case, themselves resonating with that triangle logo. And again, a nice little detail on the crown itself that echoes with the blue of the dial. Decent piece. This one is $25.95 in US dollars. And the caliber is an AL 650. I want to double check what kind of movement that is. It's based on a Unitas, a Bosch with 38 hours of power reserve, so not necessarily a high performance movement, but should do the job. The piece has 200 meters of water resistance and offers, again, something interesting, something different at this segment that is at or around $3,000. Yeah, I like the Riviera as a design, honestly. The only look, I mean, there are a lot of watches that I actually like in this segment. The only reason for me is I'm a Royal Oak fan. So before I get a Royal Oak, which I don't even know if it's ever going to happen at this point, because of how the market is working for certain kinds of watches, but one can always dream. I'll always feel like a poser if I have another integrated bracelet watch on my wrist. As much as I like a lot of uh, the newer offerings. As much as I like some of the failed offerings from earlier eras, I feel like, it will always be, for me, in my eyes, a poor replacement for what I always wanted. So that's what pushes me away from pieces like this. Otherwise, um, if you want it, don't let anything or anyone keep you away from things like this, because in today's markets, these are decent pieces. If you are patient, if you wait for them to drop to the secondary markets, you can probably get them at a healthy discount, so to speak. Um, so this was the Alpina um, Extreme with the regulator dial. They have a time and date version with the date window at 3. That is around 2000, 2095. And they also have a black dial version with the matching rubber band, which I'm sure can also be installed on this too, or on either one of them. But that's another matter altogether. And we have also looked at the Yema Wristmaster Traveler with their in-house micro rotor caliber, the Morto number 20, with a very close to chronometric performance and a lovely thin profile. I think the case is 9.20 millimeters, so very, very wearable piece. And we have also looked at the new Riviera 10714 with the model celebrating its 50th anniversary with a smoked blue dial that gives you a glimpse of the date wheel with its transparency around the hour track. A very balanced, nice design at 3750. It is I want to see the dimensions of the piece. 39 millimeters, as we said, and 10.3 millimeters thick. So this is also quite a wearable model. Cool. Yeah, that sapphire dial is pretty intriguing. And I like the dimensions of the case too, 39 millimeters, a little than 10 millimeters thick. It's a pretty cool thing. Okay, where were we? Lot 2170, Breguet reference 7787. Beautiful white enamel dial. Distinctive Breguet numerals. The moon phase at 12 o'clock with an anthropomorphic execution. Heat blued Breguet hands that looked exquisite against the backdrop of the white enamel dial. And of course, the power reserve indicator that fans out from 3 o'clock, centrally deployed seconds hand on this white gold self-winding dress watch with an exhibition case back, gorgeous rotor that matches the color of the dial, decorated itself with barley corn guilloche from 2019, carries a lot of the most elegant aspects and traits of Breguet's modern design aesthetic. This piece at lot 2170 has an estimated value of 15 to 23,000 US dollars. At 2172, we have another Alan Gonzone perpetual calendar, this time a perpetual calendar, pure and simple, no chronograph function, and also a perpetual calendar that belongs to the Zaxomat series, so one with a self-winding caliber in platinum with a bezel set with brilliant cut diamonds. Moon phase indicator ensconced within the small seconds dial at 6. At 3 o'clock, you have the months with the leap year indicator lodged right within. And you have at 9 o'clock, the day of the week, in a concentric circle of that register, you also have a day and night indicator, or literally a 24-hour hand. The oversized date, which you can correct with the extra pusher at 10 o'clock, is expressed as a 2-window oversize fashion. Very nice silvered dial for this platinum Zaxomat perpetual calendar, reference 820-025. Wonderfully patinated bridge plates on this one, pardon me, and an oversized micro rotor that is both in gold and platinum. Gold with that added platinum weight. This bejeweled Zaxomat perpetual calendar in platinum, reference number 820-025, at lot number 2172, is estimated to fetch an amount between 63,700 to roughly 89,000 in US dollars. One last look at this beauty. A lot of interesting langas in this one, possibly from one single collection. That always happens. This is lot 2174, an older generation of the Zeitwerk. Pink gold piece. Lange is famous. digital watch with a mechanical movement that expresses both the hours and the minutes in jumping fashion. Of course, you have the oversized seconds dial at what would be traditionally 6 o'clock and what would be 12 o'clock. You have the power reserve indicator. This is an extremely power hungry watch, so it was quite a feat when in the recent iteration they raised the power reserve to 72 hours. These ones remain 36, but they are very impressive watches indeed. Whatever generation you chance upon, um, this is a very unique piece, so thoroughly and properly Lange that no one quite makes anything like it. Um, it's steampunk uh, through and through, truly retrofuturistic, a very interesting watch that harkens back to that 5 minute clock that was built to adorn the stage of the Dresden Opera by the ancestors of Lange. Um, but it is also a very, very modern watch in its expression, in its digitality, so to speak. This piece at lot 2174 has an estimated value of 38,000 to 63,700 or more. Hey, John D, how are you doing, man? Which one, Nick? Please do specify. Yeah. Bam. Yes. Another Langematic perpetual. This is a later example, limited edition in Lange's proprietary honey gold. Guilloche decoration on the hour track on this opaline dial. The dial fixtures itself fetch the shades of the proprietary honey gold of the case. That oversized micro rotor that we are now familiar with from earlier generations of self-winding A. Lange & Söhne watches. This is one of only 100 Langematic Perpetual 310 050 in honey gold. This piece at lot number 2175 is expected to realize a final hammer price between 57,300 to 76,500 and possibly more. The premium lot, probably the highlight of the auction, number 2177. We have the Philippe Dufort Simplicité, number 14, the Simplicity, case number 14. This is the watch that was initially made for the Japanese market because the customers wanted the purest, the simplest distillation of Philippe Dufort's watchmaking art, his craft. And this is served up, therefore, in that 34 millimeter pink gold case. And the watch, as you can see, is beautifully minimalist, front and back, inside and out. And it is estimated to sell somewhere around $500,000 to $750,000 and possibly more. That was USD, of course. Oh, producer Mike, producer Mike got a Lange Zeitwerk. Good. I didn't realize he had such good taste. Good for him. 2178, another independent that's been on the rise. This is a beautiful kind of officer style case with its distinct lugs that are kind of screwed to the strap. It's an annual calendar. This model is called the Gallet Annual Calendar School Piece. A pointer date around the periphery of the dial, which is itself brushed in an anthracite gray, an hour track in black, small seconds. The red accents on the dial are very apparent and contrast very nicely with that soft blue. The company's now familiar Assegai hands are set right upon that crosshair at the center of the dial. Two openings for the day of the week and month flank that line of the crosshair that extends down from 12 o'clock. The piece is housed in a stainless steel case and has a nicely and minimally decorated hand-wound movement with a power reserve indicator on the back. That nice onion crown. This Gallet annual calendar by Laurent Ferrier at lot 2178 is estimated to sell somewhere between 33,000 to 51,000 in US dollars. $21.79 is still to this day my favorite member of the Odysseus family, reference 363038, namely the white gold Odysseus on the rubber strap with the gray dial, the day date function, of course, an oversized second subdial at 6, a very distinct and beautiful piece. I like how it seems both at home and in some kind of contrast with the rubber band. And you have a very simple but beautiful movement, the daymatic or datomatic rather, in there for this piece that is apparently so new from 2023. I thought they had mastered in giving these pieces to only the most esteemed collectors who would never sell their pieces. I wonder how these constantly end up on the secondary market and in these auctions? I wonder. This is the white gold Odysseus in lot number 2179 with an estimated value of 51,000 to almost 90,000 in US dollars. This is another FB Jaune limited edition again, for the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and France. A very distinct blue dial that almost has a tint of green in it, maybe like a petrol blue, if not quite teal. Has a symbol for that commemoration of Chinese, French, or Sino-French diplomatic relations. Off center seconds at 5 o'clock, moon phase indicator at 7, and the power reserve at 9. Big date is at 11:30 for this self-winding limited edition watch in platinum, full 18 karat gold movements with the 22 karat rotor weight. Presented here as a full set with an estimated value of 100 to 150,000 US dollars or more. At 2183, we have a Breguet Tourbillon, reference 5317, a Breguet Classique Platinum Tourbillon with a power reserve indication for 5 days at 12 o'clock. A wonderfully and variously guilloche decorated silvered gold dial against which those heat blued hands really shine. The Roman numerals over the Breguet frosted hour track. Of course, the movement number itself inscribed on a plaque on the dial. The platinum bridge is, I don't know why I said platinum. The tourbillon bridge itself, I think, is a work of art. The heat blued screws themselves, I think, are a nice sight. And you have wonderfully engraved movement and a skeletonized rotor with a stylized B at its center that you can contemplate through the sapphire caseback. This is the Breguet Classique Tourbillon, reference 5317 in platinum at lot 2183 with an estimated value ranging between 51,000 to 76,500 in US dollars. At 2187, we have a genre of a watch that is increasingly more popular. Audemars Piguet watches, the Royal Oaks in ceramic, are perhaps some of the most desirable, some of the most aspirational, some of the most demanded watches from Audemars Piguet. Here you have something that's practically top of the line. perpetual calendar executed fully in black ceramic, case and bracelet with an open worked dial. Of course, it has not only a leap year indicator and a moon phase indicator. Moon phase indicator it's as at 6 o'clock, but also, as is the case with most modern Otmachbige perpetual calendars, also a weekly calendar that is pointed on the reho. Beautiful. You remember I saw actually one of these pieces, not with the open work dial, but in blue ceramic in December in New York at Phillips, and it was. I wanted to hate it. I just couldn't. It just looks beautiful. It wears really well. It's quite light for what it is, um, and in black, it must be even more striking. It's a great piece. Of course, exorbitantly priced here with an estimated value of 150,000 to more than 300,000 in US dollars. This is lot 2187. Royal Oak Quantième Perpétuel, reference 26585 CE. Black ceramic with a skeletonized, open worked dial. Speaking of outrageous Royal Oaks, here is one in frosted white gold with a rainbow multicolored sapphire set, octagonal bezel, and an open worked dial. This is the 15468 BC.YG. It's double balance wheel version, so 41 millimeter case. And has something to show clearly. Gorgeous piece from 2020. With an estimated value of 150 to 250,000 in US dollars or more. 2199 is a very close cousin of the open worked perpetual calendar that we just looked at from a few. This example is from a few years back, from a little earlier. It is the reference number 26579CE. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak perpetual calendar in black ceramic with a matching bracelet, wonderful tapisserie dial in matching black, and an aventurine background for the moon phase. 200,000 to 300,000 plus in US dollars is the estimated value of this watch. This is the stainless steel from a couple of years ago with the blue dial. Reference number 26574ST with an estimated price of 100,000 to 150,000 US dollars or more. The open worked version of the Jumbo in the previous generation, of course, this is 15305, 15305 in stainless steel. This piece is listed with an estimate of 90 to 125,000 in US dollars or more. At 2209, we have a Cartier Tortue in white gold with diamond set bezel and lugs with a beautiful rosette guilloche silver dial, a railroad track for minutes. The hands are heat blued Breguet hands, the secret Cartier signature at 7 o'clock. It's a beautiful piece. Looks almost like a spaceship on the wrist with that domed crystal. Here's a glimpse onto the movement. A Cartier Tortue reference 2497 from around 2000 in white gold with diamond sets, bezel, and lugs, with an estimate of 35,000 to more than 50,000 in US dollars. Pardon me. We have a Cartier driver watch at 2210, made for the 150th anniversary of Cartier in 1997, in white gold, in only 150 pieces. Very special decoration at the center of the dial, signed Cartier Paris, with a secret signature at 10, heat blued hands against the silver dial. Very unique and beautiful case shape. And as you see, with the winding crown actually built on the back of the case, which is very curved rather than its side. So it has a very uniform look. And I think it's meant to be worn inside out, as you can kind of imagine here by how the clasp is attached to the watch. Very interesting piece, as is usually the case with Cartier. This is a piece that On a good day, you might just walk away with, but you never know who is in the audience, who is there ready to raise the paddle. But the estimated value is quite conservative for something like this, 6,369 to almost 9,000 in US dollars. But I expect it to go for a little more. If it goes for an amount there, it's an absolute steal, especially with how desired Cartier is in vintage or contemporary market today. We talked a little bit about Tank Chinoise in the past. This is an example from the mid 90s from Cartier Paris in platinum. Sapphire cabochon, of course, on the beaded crown. The rosette guilloche on the dial. Heat blued baton hands. The Cartier signature, secret signature at 10 o'clock, forming part of the Roman numeral 10, as in X. Nicely curved on the back, with an estimated value of 9 to 12,700 at lot number 2020 2211 for this Cartier Tank Chinoise in platinum. At lot 2214, we have a Royal Oak Tourbillon in stainless steel. These pieces are flying tourbillon, so to speak, because as you see, the tourbillon cage does not have a bridge that sets it in place. So the movement is a little more aesthetically pleasing, I think, in my opinion at least. Of course, this is a harder thing to execute. I really like these designs they did with the Royal Oak tourbillons, with the tapisserie design exploded from the tourbillon cage, almost like a cobblestone pattern, which is very pleasing to my eyes anyways, with the smoked blue finish. This is the reference 26530 ST with and it is expected to realize a final hammer price between 150,000 to almost 230,000 and more. What an amazing piece. This is lot 2214, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Tourbillon, reference 26530 ST, estimated value of $150,000 to $230,000. Next up is the famous Jubilee Royal Oak, and a piece that was produced only in 1,000 examples for the 20th anniversary of the much vaunted Gerald Janta design. Only 300 of these were made in yellow gold. And they happen to be also the first Royal Oak Jumbos to be presented with an exhibition caseback with a skeletonized rotor that echoes with, that iterates the design of the octagonal bezel, numbered on that rotor as well, which is a very nice detail. This piece actually is presented with an additional dial, which is kind of cool, honestly. You have the black and the white, and maybe you can try the champagne too next time you send it to AP for service while they are um, preparing your service bill. I'm sure they wouldn't mind adding a few thousands for an extra dial. This is the 14802, the Royal Oak Jubilee in exceedingly rare 18 karat yellow gold with the black and white dials from around 1992, of course. The estimated value is 76,000 to 127,000 US dollars or more. The angel number, lot 2222. We have a Calatrava pilot travel time reference 7234, limited edition in steel with a sunburst blue dial. Made for the Singapore Grand Exhibition, apparently, for around 2019. Matched with blue sailcloth style strap with contrast stitching. One of only 400 pieces. This Calatrava pilot travel time reference 7234 has an estimated value of 38,000 to 63,700 US dollars and more. At 2228, lot number 2228 is white gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with a meteorite dial. The meteorite dials, as you know, are, at least for now, removed, currently discontinued from Rolex's lineup of self-winding chronographs. So for the moment, the secondary market is the only option if you desire a piece like this. This is the reference 116509, a white gold case, a white gold oyster bracelet from around 2010. The red chronograph hands really jump off this beautiful dial. The piece comes with the warranty card, I think, other than the watch. And it has an estimated value of 44,500 to 63,695 in US dollars. At 2229, we have a Rolex day date reference 18238, 18238, the first Rolex reference for the double quick set, which means that you can quickly cycle through both the day and the date. Um, for some, it's quite a hassle to set these kinds of watches. So I'm sure that would be welcome for many. So if you're on the secondary market and you are looking for a Rolex day date with a kind of modern utility and usability, and that mixed with a kind of vintage charm and a good price point, the 18238 is a great reference number. This piece comes on a president bracelet and a very nice and unique onyx dial. That's the hence the price point, but they can be found for a little cheaper than this. Otherwise, as you see, Rolex often did not use any fixtures for such semi-precious stone dials to exhibit them with the purest version of their beauty. This is a piece from 1991 at lot 2229, and it has an estimated value between 20,000 to more than 40,000 in US dollars. An even more unusual day date is this oyster quartz with an integrated bracelet in white gold. Stunning purple sunburst dial that is in fact diamond set at the factory with a Spanish day wheel as well from around 1985. This piece has an estimated value of 20 to 30,000 US dollars and possibly more. At 2233, we have a Submariner Hulk. This is the 116610LV, which replaced 16610LV, the Kermit, the 50th anniversary Submariner. It's a piece from 2011. Kind of a slow burner. No one quite liked this piece when it first came out. It took a little while to catch on. I think it took a little while for people to actually see these pieces in person, um, see it on the wrists of the collectors, get their hands on them. And I think that made a lot of people realize that it was actually much more subtle than they thought that they made it out to be in their mind. And that goes for both the ceramic bezel and the sunburst green dial. In, of course, in most advertisements, the colors are adjusted to catch your eye so it doesn't get mixed up with any old Rolex Submariner. Not that that's a bad thing, because this piece, in most instances, can register as a largely black piece, both for the dial and the bezel, but it does really shimmer in sunlight, and that's a beautiful thing indeed if you are into it. This is lot 2233, a Submariner Hulk, and it is estimated to realize a final hammer price between almost 18,000 to more than 25,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button while you're at it. That really genuinely helps. It makes, in fact, all the difference. Here's an excessively rare pre-Daytona chronograph, a 6238 in yellow gold with a matching oyster bracelet. pardon me, and a silver dial. Incredibly rare combination. Um, from 1964, the pre-Daytona chronograph in yellow gold with the matching oyster bracelet. And it is 18 karat yellow gold because American market examples in those years were often 14 carats due to some import rules, apparently. This is lot 2236, reference number 6238, with an estimated value of 80, almost 83,000 to 165,000 US dollars. We have a Panda 6263, black chronograph registers, black bezel insert for the tachometer on the matching riveted oyster bracelets from 1975. The so-called Sigma dial, which is which was at the time a Swiss industry standard to signify that the fixtures on the dial were full gold as well. This piece has an estimated value between 51,000 to 102,000 US dollars. We have the same piece in reverse. This time, white chronograph registers against a black dial and on a Jubilee bracelet to boot, which matches, of course, the stainless steel of the case. Another Sigma dial from roughly around the same time period. This Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6263, with screw down pushers, acrylic bezel, and the Jubilee bracelet, is expected to realize an amount between 53,500 to 76,400 in US dollars, roughly speaking. Hey, JB, what's up? How are you doing, man? Next up, we have Paul Newman, 6239. We were just talking about this earlier. This is apparently called the Musketeer dial. So rather than the entire chronograph register covered with that radial guilloche, it only goes about 3/4, and there's like a little slope inwards that gives the dial a different kind of depth. Of course, these have pump pushers and a tachometer bezel that is matching with the case in stainless steel. The red accents, both for the fraction of the second as well as the Daytona writing. The crown at 12 o'clock completes the picture for this gorgeous piece that is, of course, stratospherically priced. A Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6239, Paul Newman Musketeer. They will come up with exceedingly specialized nicknames so they can bump up the value even more. This is an example from 1969 with an estimated value of 150,000 to more than 200,000 in US dollars. Okay. Well, I mean that was like a hello. Nice. But I mean, it's hard to read tone into these messages, as you know. But thankfully, it's just a small misunderstanding. Um, right here, we have a Paul Newman in yellow gold. I think these are amazing. Ah, man, it's I'm an even bigger fan of the so-called JPS style, where you actually get uh, a black dial with champagne subdials, so that's even more striking. But I love this too. This is 6241 in 14 karat yellow gold, so it was made for the American market. Pump pushers and an acrylic bezel. They're estimated to have been made approximately less than 1,000 examples, both 14 karat and 18 karat gold. A nice champagne dial with gold accents and black sub registers for the chronograph, as well as the periphery for the seconds. This incredibly rare Rolex Cosmograph Daytona Paul Newman in gold with the reference number 6241 is estimated to realize a final hammer price for more than $400 up to $828,000. Another 6239, this time in the reverse panda configuration, from roughly 1967. Might look like a plain Jane next to all these specialized versions and exotic dials that we have seen, but I think just as gorgeous here in stainless steel, reference 6239, no nonsense, reverse panda Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the late 60s with an estimated value of 44,500 to 63,700 in US dollars here at lot number 2020 2241. A 1655, the first version of the Rolex Explorer 2, a true connoisseur's watch, given somehow new purchase by the introduction of the Black Bay Pro, which reiterates and revises this iconic piece that sometimes goes by the name Steve McQueen for our time, for Tudor. This is a very lovely piece. These hands, arrow hands for the 24 hours that the Italians that made the Italians call this model also freccione, for that 24-hour arrow hand, is apparently, and I saw these in some old catalogs, red initially, but they have aged usually to this orange, sometimes to yellow, and even a white like coloring that makes the entire handset look white, and is therefore nicknamed by some as an albino version. A nice checkered look for the luminous material that has a large, big triangle at 12 o'clock to accentuate a 24-hour reading. This is a 1655 in used but not abused condition. Very healthy lugs, evenly patinated, good condition, good look on the bezel too. And the piece has an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000, roughly speaking, at lot number 2243. Thank you, man. Good morning. Good morning to Brussels fries. Let us know what you are wearing. And Paul Wick, thank you, man. Please do upvote if you haven't done so already. It really, really, really does help. Speaking of true collector's watches, this is something that doesn't come up very often. Rolex True Beat reference 6556. This is a piece that was made at the time for precise measurement by the second, say for doctors, for scientists. It has, in fact, as you may have guessed, dead seconds, dead beat seconds, or jumping seconds. Was not very popular when it came out, was never really too popular, but among collectors, of course, it actually is, and it is very desirable. Very nice design on the dial too, with a crosshair look, a silver soleil finish, and a red seconds hand. That, of course, jumps. Very rare for Rolex to produce this sort of complication. From mid 50s on the riveted oyster bracelet. It's like 35 millimeter piece. The Rolex Oyster Perpetual True Beat 6556 with an estimated value of 20 to more than 30,000 in US dollars at lot 2244. At 2245, we have the red Submariner, feet first, with a single red line of writing on this piece that is very iconic. And to this day, one of the representative examples of what a vintage Rolex watch looks like. Nicely faded matte black dial, an eggshell patina on the tritium loom on that dial with a line or a couple of lines of red writing. You have the perfect watch. And if you have a ghost bezel too, what else can you ask for? This is a beautiful example on a matching folded link stainless steel bracelet from early 1970s for the Submariner date, which comes as part of a beautiful set. Very authentic, very charming. This single red reference 1680 Submariner has an estimated value of 20,400 to 40,800 US dollars and more. Next is 5513 with the underline gilt dial from 1963 on the matching riveted bracelets that has seen better days, as you can see. Rather loose, but that's okay. It can be restored. This piece has a hefty premium on it. The gilt dial Rolex Submariners are even more desirable, and this one has an estimated value of 33,000 to more than 40,000 in US dollars. Very good, Fries. Very good. Ooh. Here's a nice 4-digit Rolex day dates, a reference 1803 with a distinctly green Stella dial in yellow gold. It does come on a generic band and also a buckle that I'm not even sure if it's not even gold, but I guess the case itself is important enough with Spanish day wheel for this reference 1803. Estimated values 40 to more than 61,000 in US dollars. At 2251, we have a Rolex with a test dial. Apparently, such dials were a pure white canvas used by Rolex for their chronometer testing. This is Zenit 16520 that is shorn of its indices, of any of the extensive markers, even of its coronet, but it's still as dignified and as royal and as Rolex as ever. This is a very unique piece, a very rare piece that I'm sure is going to attract a lot of attention. Comes, of course, with its papers. And from around 1998, the lot 2251, which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona based on the Zenit El Primero 400 Ebosch with the reference number 16520. It has an estimated value of 51,000 to almost 102,000 US dollars. At 2252, we have a white gold with a baguette diamond set bezel and a sodalite dial that is itself set with diamonds. This belongs to that generation of Rolex precious metal Daytona chronographs that were presented on a leather strap and a matching déployant buckle from around 2000. This piece is an example with an early example with Rolex's in-house movements and has an estimated value of 108,000 to 191,000 in US dollars and more. We have another early example of Rolex's Cosmograph Daytona with the in-house movement 116520 with a white dial that has taken on a nice warm patina. The sticker still on the case back. The piece comes with its papers from around 2002. The estimated value is 30,500 to 40,750 and more. Just a dollar. 2260. This is the so-called panna cotta dial for the distinctive cream patina that the dial has taken on. The outer rings of the chronograph registers have themselves patinated to this champagne color, which is really beautiful. Another 116520 from around 2002, box and papers. The estimated value is more than $50,000, 51 to more than 76,000 in US dollars. We have a beautiful white gold Daytona from the now discontinued generation, the white gold Panda, so to speak, 116509. Silvered Soleil dial with black chronograph registers, all in white gold tachymeter bezel, white gold case, white gold oyster bracelet. This piece has an estimated value of 33,000 to more than 40,000 US dollars at lot 2020 2262. At 2265, we have an Audemars Piguet bamboo, lesser known Gerald Janta design. This is a reference BA 14506. with an integrated bracelet that harkens to the shape of bamboo, hence the name. And this piece with in yellow gold with a self-winding movement and a diamond set dial with indices made out of rubies has an estimated value of 6,000 to almost 9,000 in US dollars. We have three different versions. Well, we have three different examples and two different versions of the 222. Let's see the one that is now revived as part of the Historique series. Very faithfully produced, except for that polished ring in the rejo that gives the watch a little bit more of a pop for the modern version. This is the vintage version from 1982 in 18 karat yellow gold with its distinctive bezel, notched bezel, that extra Maltese cross on the edge of the tonneau shaped case, and is honeycomb center links that are very distinctive on the bracelets, all brushed for a sort of muted but also extremely elegant look. Um, I imagine, since we are going to talk about this tomorrow, I have a very nice show coming up with my friend 10h10, with my friend Dis. We are going to talk about Scarface, about the 1983 film. Of course, the 1983 version was not only based on a book from late 20s, but also on the original movie from the 30s, loosely based, let's say. Um, I haven't read the book, but I have watched the early movie, so that can be something to talk about tomorrow. But more importantly, I always imagined that if there's another Scarface remake, which will inevitably require a different cast of characters, uh, the Tony Montana has to have Vacheron Constantin 222 in 18 karat yellow gold on his wrist. I think that's the watch for the new Scarface. If they ever make it, Richemont owes it to themselves, and Vacheron Constantin owes it to themselves to put that watch on Tony Montana's wrist. They won't regret it. It will carry them into the next century. This is the Vacheron Constantin 222 reference 46003 in 18 karat yellow gold at lot number 2267 with an estimated value of 38,000 to more than 63,700 US dollars. They have two examples of the same reference in two-tone. Let's look at the better example. The watch lends itself, I think, quite well to the two-tone execution, if you ask me. I really like it in stainless steel, which I'm sure they will address at a certain point in time, integrated into their collection somehow. This piece is from 1980 with an estimated value between 15 to more than 30,000 in US dollars. We have a beautiful pink on pink Patek Philippe Calatrava from 1943, retailed and co-signed by the famous retailer, famous authorized dealer of Patek from Uruguay, Frecero, with these beautifully sculpted lugs, a great dress watch. Look at this design of those lugs. Not only are they so wonderfully sculpted on the flanks of the case, they also droop so elegantly as well. This must sit like an absolute beauty on the wrist. You could do with a new strap, I would say, but it's impressive. I mean, if this is the original strap, chapeau. It's quite something. This piece, of course, is rather diminutive in size, but for something as distinctive and as classy as this, it shouldn't hold anyone back. Pink on pink Calatrava from the war years, with an estimated value of 11,500 to almost 20,000 in US dollars. $22.72 is Vacheron Constantin dress watch in yellow gold with a full bracelet that has this kind of integrated design. This was a series that Vacheron Constantin was really popular for before the quartz crisis really hit. They had earlier in the 20th century made some distinguished pocket watches as part of their Chronomètre Royal series. And they were also really popular for their wristwatches that belong to these series in the mid 20th century. You can find some beautiful iterations of this watch that I shared previously with my supporters on Patreon. Gave them some very interesting links to fascinating deals, incredible value propositions. If you want to take advantage of this service, please head over to Patreon and check out I do that every day. I send them a digest of at least 3 watches that are organized around a certain category, curated for a particular genre or model of a watch. They offer incredible value propositions usually, but even in cases they don't, even if you are not ready to buy or pull the trigger, it is an educational journey. It is an informative experience because I actually do a recording where I go through some historical and horological details on every single example. So it's something nice and interesting that you can receive as exclusive content in your inbox on a daily basis. Coming back to the Vacheron Constantin Chronomètre Royal in 18 karat yellow gold with a very distinctive and beautifully decorated matching bracelet from 1960, lot number 2020 2272 is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 12,800 to almost 20,000 in US dollars. I have another hour to go, more or less. So please hit the like button. I will try to finish this auction coverage. I still have the Philips to go through soon enough. In the meantime, if you want to ask me any watch related questions, um, anything about the new releases from Watches and Wonders, or if you would simply like to direct my attention to another piece on this auction, feel free to send in a super chat with the lot number and we can go right in and dive into horological and historical detail. This is one of them. It is a distinctive reference of Chronomètre Royal. Um, I may have shared this story before, but I will share it again. Reference 6694 was once described by Alexandre Sotheby, who is today, of course, head of watches for Middle East and Europe at Philips. At the time, he was, I think, possibly working for Vacheron Constantin, but he was very active at the Hour Lounge, which was a kind of forum and an exchange platform for owners of Vacheron Constantin watches. And in one of his takes on this particular piece, he said, this piece doesn't look really like a vintage dress watch from the 1960s, but as something that belongs on Batman's utility belt. So that name stuck. And nowadays, the Vacheron Constantin collectors call the Chronomètre Royal with the reference number 6694 the Batman. And it's, again, one of those exquisite examples of how Vacheron Constantin takes and executes what is largely a conventional and conservative design, and just with something they do with the lugs, turn it into a wholly different aesthetic and experience. The piece is in white gold and is around 35 millimeters in diameter, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's true. And it runs on a Jaeger-LeCoultre Eboche K1072 caliber that obviously can be adjusted to run chronometrically. The estimated value of this particular piece is 12 to 19,000 US dollars at lot 2274. At 2275, we have an oversized Calatrava, almost 36 millimeters, a real jumbo from reference from early 60s in this case, a reference 570 in white gold. Again, a very beautiful dress watch with drooping lugs, wonderfully preserved case, and an evenly patinated dial with the beaded gold track for the minutes and seconds. Nice oversized crown. This Calatrava reference 570 in white gold has an estimated value of 25,500 to 38,000 and more in US dollars. $39.45 is a yellow gold perpetual calendar on an integrated bracelet by Patek Philippe. It has everything you might need in a 36 millimeter case with a stepped bezel, perfectly round on this execution to accommodate the integration of that bracelet, wholly in yellow gold, moon phase indicator at 6, which is embraced by the pointer date. You have the leap year indicator as well as the month at 3 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock you have the day of the week and a 24-hour indicator on this opaline dial beauty with Dauphine hands. The estimated value is 35,000, pardon me, to more than 40,000 in US dollars. $37.11 announced in a way the comeback of the jumbo before the 5711 came back. Only produced for about 2 years, I think, 2004 to 2006. This piece is from 2005 with a black dial in white gold. Maybe this gives us an idea, right, guys? You know what I mean. I hope you understand, because 5711 was discontinued. We were given 5811 only in white gold, which probably is going to stay in the lineup for a couple of years, and that's going to be discontinued, and they're going to bring it back, perhaps in steel, perhaps in another metal, but the white gold itself will be something like this. Of course, this was a more interesting time, perhaps, because if 5811 brings an updated case and a somewhat enlarged and expanded case, 3711 after 3800 marked the return to the jumbo with proportions that were more loyal to the original. This is the 3711 in white gold, the Jumbo Nautilus from 2005. It is estimated to realize a final hammer price of more than 150,000 and up to perhaps even more than $250,000. And next to it, you have 5711 in white gold on a leather strap with a sunburst silver or sunburst gray dial with the distinctive gadroons of the of the Nautilus dial. This piece is listed with an estimated value of 63,700 to almost 90,000 in US dollars. That was lot number 2278. At 2281, you have one of the most prestigious Patek Philippe watches, namely a Tourbillon minute repeater. You have a white gold case with an opaline dial, Breguet numerals, Breguet hands. Only, of course, small seconds subdial, which is inscribed with tourbillon, as well as the movement number on the dial side. This is a very small watch at 33 millimeters, but has a beautiful singing voice, so to speak, and a stunning display of the tourbillon on the back. Very nice, sharp, angular design for the lugs. A wonderfully wearable tourbillon chiming watch, a minute repeater, which is estimated to fetch more than 200,000 to 305,000 US dollars. Please hit the like button. It really does help. And I would really appreciate it if you could also share some of the videos that I've produced this week. I would really, really appreciate that. We are growing, but if you can help push me to that next level by sharing some of these shorter videos, I would be even more grateful. At 2282, we have a Gondolo Calendario, reference 5135, in this tonneau-shaped case with distinctive Arabic numerals at 3 and 9, and an annual calendar with these 3 openings, as well as moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which doubles up as a 24-hour indicator as well. It is an automatic movement with the Geneva seal, since it is pre-2009. How the mighty have fallen. This is lot 2282. Gondolo Calendario, reference 5135, with an estimated value of 20,000 to more than 30,000 in US dollars. Another example of the Calatrava pilot travel time in white gold. This is the reference 5524 from 2020, 42 millimeters of case size, which made it really desirable for a certain type of collector. You can see how the movement is truly not made for this case, but Patek stopped caring about such fine details a long time ago. This is the Calatrava pilot travel time, reference 5524 from around 2020, white gold with a blue dial. And it has an estimated value of 25,000 to almost $40,000. Here's an incredible piece, but we don't have any we don't really have any real photographs of it. This is a platinum Patek split-second chronograph that's very, very small, in an officer-style case, spade hands, mono pusher execution with an additional pusher at 2 o'clock for splitting the seconds, distinctive Breguet numerals. It's a very nice piece, but unfortunately we can't see it well. It's I think it's like 34 millimeters in diameter and very thin as well. Very interesting piece, the 5959 that was made in 2005. It's a white lacquered dial. I thought for a minute it was perhaps enamel, but it still remains very impressive and fine for this 5959, which is very compact and thin Patek Philippe split second chronograph from 2005 with an estimated value of more than 200,000 to 250,000 in US dollars. $22.89 is a reference 5146, a white gold annual calendar with Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock, date at 6. Right above it, you have the moon phase indicator. Right under 12 o'clock, you have the power reserve indicator. And you have the two dials at 3 o'clock, two subdials, I should say. At 3 o'clock, you have the month, and at 9 o'clock, you have the day. Of course, this is a self-winding caliber with a full rotor. And the piece has an estimated value, this reference 5146, a white gold annual calendar from Patek Philippe from roughly 2006, has an estimated value of 23,000 to more than 30,000 in US dollars. $51.10 is next up. World time being, of course, one of Patek's signature complications, one of the most recognizable aesthetics for a Patek Philippe dress watch. They, of course, have a version of the micro rotor caliber, which to me enhances the horological value of the watch. This is a piece from early 2000s in platinum. Of course, the caliber itself has a Geneva seal. The center of the dial has this barley corn guilloche decoration that is a very pale blue, a lovely addition to the dial, which of course expresses the division between night and day on its 24-hour ring between gray and midnight blue. So it's a nice nice play of colors. This pale blue or slate gray like center dial negotiates the transition between day and night just as well. And of course, you have the pusher at 10 o'clock to actually jump from city to city, from time zone, from one time zone to another. The estimated value of lot 2287, a Patek Philippe world time in platinum, is 30 to more than 40,000 in US dollars. Jake Brooks, thank you so much. 1999. Thoughts on 2145? Something about The CPCP Collection Privée Cartier Paris has my interest. Let's take a look. 2145. So we're going back a little bit. Oh, we're going all the way back to the first page. Let's go. Ah, that's beautiful. Look, of course, there are a few pieces, especially the monopusher chronograph, that has become really desirable from the Cartier um, Paris private collection that was basically produced for a decade. And all of the pieces in very limited numbers, beautiful details, very elegant presentation boxes. So they're all great, especially if this piece comes with a presentation box. Let's see, uh, just the watch. I don't know. I don't want to say a deal breaker, but if I were to get a CPCP watch, I would most certainly try to get one with the red box, and with everything that goes with it. It will still be an exclusive piece. It will still be a different piece and a very special piece indeed. But I would want to have one that has all the box and papers when it comes to this kind of piece. And I usually don't care. So when I say this, it means something. But the condition of the watch looks crisp. I am always a huge fan of the Tortue. This looks amazing in pink gold. Look at that sapphire cabochon and the way it calls out the Breguet hands that stand out against the silver dial in the first place because they're heat blued. That rosette guilloche at the center of the dial adds some great depth to these pieces. Look, I don't mind the fact that this is time only, two-hander. I actually love it, and that fits the Tortue case. So if it's a good deal and the estimate is between $10,000 to $15,000, if it falls closer to the lower end of that estimate, it's not even a deal breaker that it doesn't have papers. But if it breaks the ceiling of that estimate, I would say no. Um, no, especially because it doesn't have the papers. I don't care about the simplicity of the piece. Not everyone has to go with the Tortue, or there's also like a big tank from the CPCP series that has the monopusher chronograph. Not everyone has to go for one of those, right? There are other such special pieces in CPCP, so time only is as good for me. I really like it, at least personally speaking. But I would want to wait for a piece that has box and papers when it comes to this series, because they are very special and you want the entire experience, basically, for the lack of a better term. Yeah, so I like the watch. I would love it at that price, especially if it's closer to the lower end of that estimate than the higher. It's something of a worry for me that it's not, yeah, that it's naked, so to speak, that it's only the watch. 2289 is one of modern classics, especially now that it has been discontinued. The 5960 became spectacularly popular, especially in the stainless steel versions that came on the beads of rice bracelets. This is the platinum version that combines the annual calendar with a flyback chronograph, very much like the 1518 in early 40s combined a perpetual calendar with a chronograph for the first time in serial production. This is the Patek ethos to put together useful complications in a wearable case. And I think this is one of the best watches Patek Philippe produced in recent time, 5960. Relatively speaking, the platinum version can be sometimes an amazing deal. You got to hunt for it, you got to look for it. But it is a piece that has its place in Patek Philippe history uh, when because it combines what is proprietary Patek complication, the annual calendar, and the flyback chronograph that belongs to this model, was also the first self-winding chronograph caliber made by Patek Philippe. The stainless steel was discontinued in 2018, and the model line went away altogether in 2021 with the discontinuation of the platinum. With the discontinuation of the white gold. This is a platinum from around 2007. A beautiful example indeed, box and papers. With an estimated value of 40 to more than $61,000. Another very popular piece, more in recent time. This is a 5980 Nautilus flyback chronograph in pink gold with dégradé golden brown or copper brown kind of dial. Of course, that single register execution for the chronographs, which is very for the chronograph display, which is very functional, which is very utilitarian. I really like it. And this one happens to be a little special. As you can see, it is actually co-signed by Tiffany. It's a three-liner, so to speak, because that's where there's room, right? There's no place to inscribe it within the chronograph register. And you can see the full set right here. The blue box experience. With an estimated value of 130,000 to more than 190,000 US dollars. No, modern classic because because I find in it okay. I find in it basically the same ethos of um, useful, wearable, and classy complications um, that practically established the way we understand Patek Philippe in 1941, right? I talked on this channel quite a bit about the 1415, which uh, the world time that was endowed to Patek by Louis Cotier, that really marked the global approach of the brand and complication approach of the brand as well. But what really solidified was the, pardon me, back-to-back releases of 1527, the perpetual calendar, and 1518, which combined perpetual calendar with a chronograph. And that was at around 35 millimeters, an amazing feat, right? You know, to bring these two prestige complications into a single case with that wearable and compact form was incredible. And it was the first wristwatch to be serially produced that had this complication, right? Less than 300 pieces at that. Anyway, all the way to 1996, Patek invents the annual calendar, which uh, simplifies, makes accessible, makes a little more accessible, and makes perhaps more quotidian in a way the perpetual calendar complication, right? You only need one correction per year. You still get a lot of the use that you get from perpetual calendar. And in 2006, as it happens, the 5960 is released, which on the 10th anniversary of the annual calendar combines the annual calendar with a flyback chronograph, an automatic chronograph movement introduced for the first time for Patek. That's why it's a modern classic. Even if it existed into the 2030s in the same way, I would still call it a modern classic, but it's even better as a collectible because it's now discontinued in all metals. The stainless steel examples are stunning on the beads of rice bracelet. If you can find a good deal on them, I would still recommend them. The black dial is a little more rare, I think, than the white dial. Nevertheless, I think, you know, platinum is always more limited, and sometimes there are amazing dials on those as well. They're all great. The white gold is fantastic too. I mean, 5960s, it's one of my favorites. It's a fantastic piece. Um yeah. So that those are the reasons as to why I prefer the 5960 to a lot of modern Patek watches. A lot of other modern Patek watches, I should say. This is a 5970, the last generation of Patek Philippe perpetual calendars that were built on the Lemania CH27 base. Um, it is in pink gold with those distinctive spider-like angular lugs, a nice opaline dial from around 2008, of course, Geneva seal caliber. This piece has an estimated value of 114,000 to more than 190,000 US dollars at lot 2029, a Patek Philippe 5970R pink gold perpetual calendar chronograph. We have a white gold example of the same watch with blackened dial fixtures that contrast very sharply with the white dial from around 2007. The CH27 has a beautiful architecture to behold. And this white gold perpetual calendar 5970. One second. This white gold perpetual calendar chronograph 5970G by Patek Philippe is estimated to realize a final hammer price between 127,000 to more than 190,000 US dollars. You have a 5270, which is another perpetual calendar chronograph, of course, except this time it's one that is built on Patek's in-house caliber in white gold at lot 2295. It has an estimated value of 63,700 to more than 89,000 US dollars. $50.74 is chiming watch and a perpetual calendar at once. It's in pink gold. And it has, in addition to its perpetual calendar, a minute repeater with cathedral gongs, Arabic numerals, a railroad track for the minutes, a lovely case with stepped bezel, stepped drooping lugs in pink gold, and of course the slider for the minute repeater is on the left flank of the case. The estimated value of this piece, 5074R, is more than 445,000 US dollars to almost 830,000 US dollars and perhaps more. $22.97 is a possibly unique piece from 2011. So apparently this one may have been one of the only made by special commission. 5078 micro rotor caliber with that barleycorn decoration, platinum case, enamel dial that has blackened Breguet numerals and small seconds, as well as very elegantly twisted feuille hands that are likewise blackened. The case itself is a work of art, honestly, with the stepped lugs that droop gracefully. This reference 5078 is possibly unique again, platinum minute repeater by Patek. the Breguet numerals on the enamel dial distinguish it further. This is lot 2297 with an estimated value of 330,000 to more than $500,000. We're entering the last half hour. So if you have any questions, any watch related questions at all, please don't hesitate to write in the chat, send in a super chat if you want me to discuss any watches, any releases from Watches and Wonders, anything else at all, any particular lots from this auction. Please don't hesitate. In either case, please hit the like button. That really helps. That always helps. And we are slowly coming to the end of this broadcast, but it was an absolute pleasure. We have another premium lot. This is number 2304, a Patek Philippe reference 5016. This is a platinum minute repeater, tourbillon, and a perpetual calendar at once. The perpetual calendar, furthermore, has a retrograde date indicator that is expressed as a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the dial. Of course, at the beginning of the month, that hand snaps wonderfully back. Only one of the 200 pieces of this 5016 36 millimeters of a very elegant sculptural platinum case with stepped lugs. Breguet numerals against black dial. And this premium lot is expected to fetch somewhere between $500,000 to $750,000 and possibly more. We have another piece that is sealed and therefore does not have many photographs, but this is 5131R, Patek Philippe World Time with a cloisonné enamel dial. So a miniaturized painting of the world map at the center of the dial by that time-honored technique that involves gold threads that are thinner than human hair and multiple firings in an oven. This is the Patek Philippe World Time. That observatory hand allows less interruption, of course, of the spectacle that is drawn for your pleasure at the center of this timepiece. The 5131R at lot 2303 has an estimated value of $100,000 to $150,000. 5108 is at lot 2302, white gold Calatrava that is diamond set at the factory. This is very similar to the 5107 and 5127. Those Calatravas with crown guards that I'm particularly fond of. This one has a diamond set bezel and baguette cut diamonds at the quarters, except for 3 o'clock, where it has the date, and also um, square cut diamonds for the rest of our indices, and brilliant cut diamonds on the bezel. A total of, it doesn't mention the carats. Comes with a matching white gold buckle, and the estimated value is 20,400 to more than 30,500 in US dollars. 2301, lot number 2301, is the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5726A. It's the Nautilus annual calendar in stainless steel with its integrated bracelet. Piece as a nice opaline white dial. The two openings around 12 o'clock, under 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month, and the date at 6 o'clock. You also have the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock as well. And that is encircled with the 24-hour indication. The blackened frames for the luminous material on the indices as well as the hands provides the watch a lot of legibility. And here it is presented with its certificate of origin. This Patek Philippe Nautilus annual calendar, reference 5726A, is estimated to fetch 76,000 to more than 100,000 in US dollars. $23,000 or 2,300, I mean, lot number 2,300 is a Patek Philippe reference 3970. That's a beautiful Goldilocks size of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph. It is a 3970p, so it is in platinum with a diamond set dial. As you can see, it is built on the Lemania 2310 or CH27 caliber, which is, of course, assembled, finished, and regulated according to the standards expected from a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva. The watch is from 2003, so has an extract from the archives that confirm that. And I think the black dial is a striking contrast with the platinum case, with the diamond indices that are completed with a baguette cut diamond at 12 o'clock, providing an extra touch of elegance and aesthetic flair. This is lot 2300 for a Patek Philippe reference 3970p platinum Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph with a diamond set dial. It has an estimated value of more than $114,000 to $191,000 or more. Thank you, JB. Good morning, Shamba. Jake Brooks says 9.99 Tank versus Ryan Garcia. Any thoughts or predictions? I looked at tickets today. I want to believe, as they say, but and I like Ryan Garcia. I like Ryan Garcia a lot, but I think he needed a couple more fights under his belt, a couple more fights with Joe Goosen, to whom he's still adjusting, I think. And he was getting better in the last two fights. This will be a very cheesy take, JB. I mean, and a very predictable take. But here's the thing: Tank has a good chin. Tank might be much smaller, but he doesn't really get phased by his opponent's punching power. The fact remains that he has never really fought someone with serious firepower. And Ryan might have a baby face. Ryan might have the looks. Ryan might make TikTok videos, but he actually has a mean hook. So it's it's actually a fascinating fight to think about. But I still think that Tank will find it in himself to stop Ryan Garcia probably in the ninth or 10th round. So my mind says Tank for a late knockout. My heart says Ryan takes him out early, but the serious guess is Tank. Again, no betting advice, but that's how I'm feeling at the moment. Um, when the fight approaches, we can talk more, and maybe we'll even have a viewing party, even though there are people who are much more able and competent than I am. Maybe I can bring someone and we'll talk together. We can do that. 22.99. We have another Patek Philippe perpetual calendar. I really like this reference for two reasons. One, because of the officer style case. Again, those the strap is screwed through the lugs. I also like the retrograde date complication that is expressed in this fan-like fashion or a downward facing crescent at the center of the dial. Of course, this is the leap year indicator, day of the week at 9 o'clock, and the month at 3, moon phase at 6. I think on this particular version, the blackened hands and Roman numerals that are printed on the dial in black as well are a very distinguished and readable, legible look. The piece has a hinged case back as well. Right, so you can actually look into the movement and pardon me. Um, I wish they provided the picture, but yes. So you can see the hinge here and you can lift it right here from this lip. And the combination of the 36 millimeter case and this officer style 36 millimeter diameter and this officer style case design means that the watch is really wearable for a wide variety of wrist sizes and and different styles. It's a watch that can look small if you want it to look small, and it's a watch that can really have the kind of presence on the wrist that you expect from watches that are much larger than 36 millimeters. It's a very distinctive piece. I love this. 5059 from around 2000, 2001 in white gold, perpetual calendar with retrograde dates in a white gold officer style case with a hinged case back too, so you can see into the movements. This piece at lot 2299 has an estimated value of 25,000 to 38,000 US dollars or more. Last 10 minutes, guys, please hit the like button. If anyone wants to jump on to talk more, that's more than welcome. If you have any questions that I would need to discuss at some length, I'm happy to stay on longer, but I would probably expect super chat for that. The last but not least, this is Patek Philippe Gondolo with the 8-day power reserve. I really like this piece. It's also a day date in white gold, as you can see, a pointer date at 6 o'clock, which also has a display uh, installed within it through an aperture for the day of the week. The caliber is a very nice design and is form fitted for the case, and you can see it through a sapphire case back, a hand wound movement that has an 8 days of power reserve, just like my wonderful Reverso ground date that I'm wearing today. At full charge, at full crank, this white gold Patek Philippe Gondolo reference 5200 with a nice blue dial and these stepped flanks on a rectangular case, a distinctive Art Deco design from 2015, has an estimated value of 20,000 to more than 30,000 in US dollars. The catalog note is short and sweet, so I will just share this with you. Patek Philippe's 5200 is one of the brand's more peculiar watches. Announced in 2013 at the Basel Fair, it captured the world's attention for its two-piece stepped tonneau-shaped case and enormous 8 days power reserve. The present watch is offered with an extraordinarily charming blue dial decorated with a silvered outer minute track and Dauphine hands. Preserved in excellent, close to new condition, complete with original accessories, it makes a distinctive addition to any collection. There you go. You have the correctors for the day and date as well. The 8-day movement, very distinctive baton markers for the hours, which fit with the larger Art Deco aesthetic of the watch because they kind of resemble sun rays emanating from the center of the piece, which are, of course, symbolized by these Dauphine hands, sword like hands for the hours and minutes. You have the power reserve indicator for the 8 days at 12 o'clock, and that's oversized subdial for the pointer dates and the opening for the day of the week. A very nice and unique watch that is still distinctively Patek Philippe. They have done interesting things over the years with these gondola cases, especially this particular size. They have also made tourbillons with a 10-day power reserve in this case, which are just so beautiful and so desirable. And, you know, within that realm, within the realm of a Patek tourbillon, they're also a decent value proposition. So this piece, which is the last one from the auction that I'm discussing today, lot number 2298, Patek Philippe Gondola reference 5200G, has an estimated value of 20,000 to more than 30,000 in US dollars. Speaking of value propositions, before I say goodbye, I will plug once more my Patreon program, the links to which you can find in the chat, and you can also find it in the description of the video. I have a very loyal group of 6 supporters whom I'm rewarding for this month. Along the big 6, there will be a drawing. I will send the message tomorrow out to the group. So the third Seiko watch that I'm going to give away is going to go to one of my most loyal and generous supporters on Patreon. And we will draw the number live on the stream tomorrow, or maybe Monday. But I will be able to ship the watch out on Tuesday, and that will be the third one I will give away. And to add to the excitement, to the intrigue, since I have 2 of them left, one with the blue dial, which is my personal example as well, and one with the classic black dial for this Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers limited edition. The person who wins will get to choose which watch they want as well. So that will be a great way to reward my most loyal supporters, who, by the way, get a nice service on Patreon. JB can testify to that. When you sign up on Patreon for my watch consultancy at the entry level, the tiers are very specifically explained there. You get at least 3 links to incredible deals for watches online. And these are great value propositions in their own regard. But more importantly, I send you the digest as a recording on these curated pieces that are grouped around the theme, around a particular historical period, complication, or model. And I go through them in some fine historical and horological detail. So, and the entire journey ends up being very informative and educational, even if you don't pull the trigger on one of the links that I sent you, or even if you are not even in the market for any of those watches or any of these sorts of watches. Most importantly, again, that part for me is very secondary. I look for this kind of stuff. I scour through listings for you. But at the end of the day, I'm not affiliated personally or professionally to the dealers who are selling the watches or individuals who are selling the watches in the links I sent. So the primary thing for me is one, to see if I can find deals for you if you support me on Patreon, and two, to see if you can get some exclusive content and learn about some finer details and some under the radar watches that I don't even talk about here. And I talk a lot on this channel. Imagine. Um, you will be able to know them, and you'll be able to know these kinds of deals before everyone else on that platform. So check out the Patreon, sign up if you like. If you don't, that's okay too. I still love you. Thank you for your support and presence here. Please hit the like button on your way out. I'm particularly grateful to Jake Brooks for his super chats today. And of course, I'm grateful to Nick Butter for kicking the day off with his super chat. Thank you so much, Nick Butter. And thank you many times over, Jake Brooks, for your support. I love you all. Please hit the like button on the way out. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with the live stream first. But after that, at 10 p.m. my time, I'll be actually with 10h10, my friend Dis, who is going to talk with me about Scarface. We're going to talk about Scarface, the movie, but we're going to also try to think about the cultural significance and resonances of this movie in a broader scale, in a wider span. So check that out. It's already on the channel as a future live, but I'm gonna send the link right now in the chat so you can turn on the notifications. It's gonna be a great conversation. So hopefully I will have the show first at 8 for 2 hours, and then we will have this separate stream where this and I talk about Scarface at 10 p.m. Los Angeles for April the 1st on the Saturday, and we'll go from there. Thank you, everyone. Again, thank you especially Jake Brooks and Nick Butter for your super chats. Everyone else, thank you for your comments, interjections, interventions, and questions in the chat. Um, if you could, if you haven't subscribed yet, if you could subscribe, I would really appreciate that. Uh, the channel has received some great boosts in the last 2 weeks, but I still have a long way to go until I reach my next goal, which is 5,000 subscribers. So if you could help me do that by subscribing if you haven't, by sending out the links for the content, especially shorter content, the 1 hour interviews, the 10 to 15 minutes videos that I started putting out on a regular basis. Whatever you like, just pass it on to the next person, and maybe they will end up actually liking it as well. Hitting the like button and giving it some exposure, or maybe even subscribing and staying with me for the long run, because we have many, many years, maybe even decades, to talk about watches in front of us. I sure never get tired of this stuff. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow already. Take care, everyone. Adieu.